So the one problem is that I started with it completely muted because I was busy being quiet rather than talking. So the gist of the matter is, and what I was saying is that we're currently doing basically building a profile picture kind of conceptualization for the Discord to offer groups of basically to offer relatively cheap packets of profile pictures to help support the Discord and help support the website as a whole. And then as well as kind of more developing the visual themes that we'll be using at a certain point for our for the site for React and the developed content from there. So the goal is to kind of really get us into a good spot. So we started from today earlier, upscaling all of our original example images that we're working with and discarding a whole bunch of them. We started with something like originally near 900 images from the original site. And we're now at, I believe, don't quote me on this just yet, but like maybe 150, something like that, after going through and rejecting. Now, eventually we'll remediate other ones through through the related processes, because I discovered during the process of doing this certain aspects of the upscaling that really helped. Yeah, we're down to 82 from the 300, so we're doing pretty good, all said. I thought the ratio was way worse, but I mean, even then we still have some weirdness. Even though we still have some weirdness with like certain eyes, like hers, but it's one of those things where it looks cool in a manner, and I might like go through and like say edit the eye that's seeing something else in a different color or something like that, or seeing what I can do personally about it. I'm not like the best editor, but for images, because I don't have the practice, right? But some of them are kind of cool, and yeah, we have quite a few that are animals because those are the easiest to do. But yeah, see, like this eye, and I should reject that one. But the thing is that honestly, these themselves are actually going to go through another level of process, so it's not as big a deal as one might think, because it's one of those, yeah, the eyes are weird on these ones, but honestly, the stable diffusion with like the various modifications to it, stuff like that, does a way better job with dealing with that problem. Over and above what we ended up seeing out of the DALI from like older stuff and even into the newer stuff. But you'll see that these up-ended eyes, there's still, well, the ones are just glowing eyes because those are easy, but are still not what we're looking for. Then again, there are ones that look pretty good. So, and then there's this. It's like you were so close, and then you made one bigger than the other or whatever. And this one, for some reason, it demanded putting the third eye on like that. I don't know. So yeah, and as I'm looking through them, I mean, we did the, I curated through them and looking at it with fresh eyes. There's a lot of issues. There are a lot of issues, indeed, that I kind of overlooked. Wow. I mean, some of them look really, really cool, but then you go a little closer, specifically like this one, this one, and this one. This is one of my like literal poster child ones. I like this one a lot, but look at that. His left eye is just, where's it going? This one looks okay because the nature of what that eye is, but still. Even this one, that was one of my one of my go-to ones. I'm like, this is you look at it now, it's like, it's totally garbage in, garbage out. I'm categorically kind of mortified right now, kind of looking over it again, as I am. They're not good. And this one's good. It's like reflected on the. It's kind of neat, but even the ones that I thought were pretty good, like but this one's still neat because it's one of those like it's not actually showing human-like eyes. It's not trying to fight that. It's just like giving into it. Well, anyway, as I said before, these images here are more about being examples that then in turn are going to be applied through a different formula. so now this is resized. So where I was at was that, as you can see here, we just did a bunch of them. I believe, let me look at back over. What was I? I believe we're looking at. Okay, so we were looking at the output directory of rescaled upscale 2. And so we'll go through to, oh man, I don't know what's going on there. Did I close it? Must have closed it. No, I didn't close it. It's just that the bloody compositor decided to reset my settings on how console windows are displayed. Anyway, no use crying over spilled milk. All right, cd. No, actually, what's my previous command? That was going from EP upscale to run media data. Or sorry, it's going the upscale to run media. If he's upscale. Okay. So in other words, from my folder we were looking at earlier, this guy, that's this folder here. So now, wait, no, it's resized. Something is weird here, and I screwed up everything. These are clearly not resized. Okay. So what I'm doing in the background is I'm utilizing SCP. That's not secure contain protect. That's a secure copy protocol. Using SSH to pull the data that I just generated from my little server. And the big reason why I'm doing that, honestly, is biscuit. The big reason why I'm doing that, by the by, is because the gist is that my primary server, my primary system, the one that we're on new here, is what did I do? Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, that's what I did wrong. Okay. I got my source directory wrong. And it was one of my source directory that I actually emptied. Anyway, so I've got a what is the word I am looking for? I have a NVIDIA card in what is going on? So I've got a video card that's basically an NVIDIA video card that's better for this sort of processes versus the AMD one, because there's supported things like I think Tensors is one of them. There's a bunch of supported text that the NVIDIA cards have over AMD. And so it's the sort of thing where it's like, yeah, as much as I might want to pound my chest about the AMD versus AMD having more support for open source stuff and all that over NVIDIA, the better technology is the better technology, and or rather the more capable technology is the more capable technology. That makes sense. So it annoys me. It deeply annoys me. It is what it is. It do be like that. Wait, am I? Okay. Did I screw something up here? No, that part should be fine. Okay. Anyway, oh crap, I think I know what's going on here, maybe. No, I don't. No, I don't want it. I don't know one bit what's going on here. Because, oh, wait. I know there are better ways to do the thing I'm doing. I'm just being lazy. Yeah, okay, so PWD. Also, I have some neighbors that are, and it's getting close to midnight, and they're playing this super loud horn music, and it's really vexing me and really distracting me. It's actually what woke me up. I really don't appreciate them. Like, the fact that these people think that this sort of behavior is appropriate, you know? And to clarify, when I say these sort of people, what I mean is the people who play their music loudly at night, nothing more or less. All the details are aside. It's their behavior that I'm critiquing, nothing more. And it's so irritating and it's tiresome. And I don't not like living in places like this for this very reason. A certain population density and people stop caring about each other, just full stop, not even like considering the other folks in the area. Well, no, I'm here now, so I should do whatever I want. Should you though? Should you though? Okay, well that's encoded. It's a big file, whatever that is. Really, I lost the plot. Already 7 amps selected. 174 seconds. So there's a difference between the two. But 92.5 megs and 2.5, that's not going to account for them being, being resized or anything. Move everything over here. And then override. Apply to all. We'll overwrite all. And then now, because the way that it works is it'll highlight different side of things, and so I'll be able to see that there are a bunch of weird double. Oh. Well, I just screwed the pooch. So the additional ones, they basically had a space in their name because they didn't have the thing applied to them. Now I gotta go through. What you guys will see me flip through is basically more or less half of 150. Hey, Pokemon. Images that are redundant and deleting them. I feel like there's probably a better way to do this, but the pattern itself is real hard to pin down what's wrong. Well, it's different. Now, some of them have like underscores in their names. Okay, I totally screwed the pooch on this one. But I found out the answer to my question at least. Some of them have underscores, some of them have underscores or spaces or dashes. They should have all dashes because it's kind of just the preferred manner, right? But it looks better and it's easier to type. No. I don't delete the ones that are there so far. Like no confirmation. Oh no. I've got to visually go over things, correct them. And there are some that don't even have a dash variant. Oh no, this one does. Overwrite. I wonder if I do this. If I go, no, I'm not gonna worry about doing it. Stupid way. Overwrite. All right. I need to find out a better way. So actions sort by name, E to Z. Yeah, see, there's still more. Yeah, so the funny part is that the person who I had do like the initial wave of like checking through these things, he's not a techie person, right? And so like for me, you ask me, well, okay, so we're talking about file names for setting up something or another, and I'm going, okay, well, so what sort of file names do we need? Are we needing like, what are we using these file names for? Are we going to be using them on a website? What are we doing with them? Because I need to know this so I can determine the format of the file names. And bless his heart, but my dude there doesn't know to ask that question. And so he puts, and I gave him, the funny thing is I gave him templates, because I went through and I did like an entire, like a folder of them, which is like 30 or 40 of the initial, and to kind of parse them down and get them more in line with what we're looking for, and kind of, and again, to give him a template of what to work with. And he's like, oh, cool, and he goes at it, and for a while there he does it the right way, And then I get back to checking his stuff afterwards. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then he's like, he does them, and then he stops putting the dashes after hacking at this for a few days. A few days, like a week or so. It took about a week to run the process through him. And he was complaining the entire time. Well, oh, yes, but that's kind of, the thing. And we need it because we need to have this baseline material that we can play with, which was the argument and was accepted and we worked on it ultimately. But at a certain point, he stopped doing the full technique involved, which was following the format with the things I didn't like emphasize, make sure. And so I learned that effectively, I have to, I am going to actually try and see what happens if I do like a find replace script here on this one. Is it in this folder? No, it is not. I think it ended up in accepted where the find replace character was at. Copy here. Click over here, and then click over here. Sorry for stuff. So again, so much stuff that it's like, that part's particularly off because it shows, my primary computer's like structures and all that. So it's like, I don't really, there are certain elements there that are like, shouldn't really show you at. Sometimes password sneaky in certain areas. You know how. So now we need to do ls here. Star dot rename and space dash. Wow, that worked efficiently. Number should be like, yeah, there we go. That's the right number. Give it a look, see, make sure that there's nothing untoward. And back to what I was actually working on, this scp command. So let's see, so tac r, tac p, run media, data files, stellar dragons, pfp, scale, size. Am I doing this wrong? Am I doing that backwards? Is it supposed to be the other way? It's supposed to be the other way. I'm not completely sure. Is it source destination or destination source? Kind of having a brain fart. I want to say it's source destination. Damn it. Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing that failed because that could have been a pain in the backside. All right, resized. No. Oh. It helps with the scp command when you give it the right credentials and that includes the username. Okay, that didn't work. Also, VSC is resized -2 upscale. Is it past tense? Ah, it's past tense. There you go. That's the problem. I thought I copied and pasted earlier. No. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. Maybe. Which folder did it go to? I don't know, Davey. Supposedly the one that's on the right. Oops. Oh no. I did it right. Oh, I see. So there's now a resize folder inside the resize folder. Let's see. Well, that's not supposed to be there. Look at that. There we go. Upscale accepted. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that. I'm gonna switch these around. Give me a second. So resized. Wait, what? Where is? Okay. Fail. Oh, I know what happened here. All right, so anyway. I don't like whatever's going on in her face. I mean, yeah, I don't like whatever's going on there. It's too... Ugh. Where's he? Fair enough. Weasel. Yeah. Oh, that one's cool. That one's cool. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. That's actually really, really neat. Yeah, fair enough. Although it seems to me that the edges... This one... Part of me likes it because it's like... He's got the white eye out because he's like half blind because of exposure, and you can see he's like suffered deformity from the fires he's using. But I don't like how that one really... I've been waffling on that one like all day. Alright, that one's cool. Well, I don't know what's going on there, but I'm gonna call it cool. Alright, that's neat. Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, you know what, that works for me. Like, isn't the concept? That one's right. That's righteous. That's righteous. Badger. Snake. It's a snake. Right. Something went wrong here, but I'm not going to reprocess these. What went really wrong here? Now, wait. Should be rejected. I mean, we need to reduce the amount of animals anyway. The shadow nose. Ooh, shiny. Nope. Yes. Reasons, yes. Shiny. Have you seen the yellow sign? Yeah, that one came out really well, actually. Ooh. Should encourage that sort of behavior. Okay, so that one makes me go something real bad happened in this past, and I'm probably wasting my time. Cause like, yeah, fuck. Okay, yeah, cause I'm gonna delete those. Those aren't good. They're just not good. I don't know what happened with the settings, but they're not good and they're not acceptable in general. Cause the Mountain Man was actually pretty good. So. Oh. What am I doing? Oh. All right, so. No, luckily that particular process doesn't take very long to do. It's just I ended up letting it sit overnight. I should check here before I jump the gun. Because, like, that one ended up coming up fine. But, let's see, what was a good one? Yeah, see, this one was okay. And now it's not okay. You know. It's probably I think it's probably the autofocal crop that was messing with that. It might be GFP GAN. Let's see, scale 2. To put it upscaled, alright. So I am going to go to move resize to _tau to resize to pack upscaled. Because having the underscore was kind of a pain in my fingers. Alright, let's try it again. If that doesn't work or doesn't work well enough, we'll click and see. It'll take like so. I want to watch it a little bit to see how it handles. Okay with that. Okay with that. It's just the cool stuff going on the shoulder. You can't really scrub the badger. It's fine. That's glorious. I think it was the crop that was probably the auto size crop that was probably screwing them up. Like they were fighting each other. Those eyes are ish, but it's okay. These don't look like the ones I was looking at. There's such a thing as overprocessing too, by the way. I know. Provid. And I said, the one thing is I shouldn't probably be spending as much on this as I am time-wise for this pre-processing portion, because the next phase is going to be using these images, however many I get through, however many I find proper, like what happens out of them, to in turn take them and put them through another level of processing, basically, to take these ideas, because these are like wide swath ideas, and then pull them into like specific details, right? So let's see something here. Just want to quickly check something. Oh, I almost forgot to do something that's technically a necessity. So we were also multi-streaming down YouTube there. Actually, that brings something to mind. Oops, wrong button. Oh, here. My bad. It's fine. The thing that I forgot to do is over in YouTube with regards to this video. It's like the other ones don't do this, but YouTube specifically is like when you go to check on it, you have to like go to the actual live video and tell it to that you're not it's not being made for kids, which it's fine because like, the thing is that I mark it as not for kids because I don't want to have to curtail my language. I know it's terrible to say, but I don't want to have to curtail my language. I don't want to have to curtail, my compatriots' language, particularly, because if I have to do that, I have to set up infrastructure for that sort of thing, and that I don't want to have to deal with. And I don't have, I can't spare anyone to be like, push the button if someone swears. I don't have that luxury. Maybe one day I will, but for the time being, and I'm generally pretty good about it. Something specifically, goes over one border, I might, but generally speaking, I will say I'm pretty good about it. I'm not amazing about it, but I'm not terrible about it. Anyway. Anyway, so yeah, so as I was saying, so I'm not like super amazing about it, but right now, so we're watching this thing do it through, and I feel like I've over processed it a little bit. Although then again, that one does look pretty neat. And like I said, I think it was the auto size crop that broke that group. Yeah, that one's meeting, and that was actually I would use that one. I went with the hat for kind of as a baseline for messing around with some stuff for a while there, and we created some really cool stuff off of it. But having these, using these and giving them up like that is going to be pretty cool. So the long and short, again, the goal with what we're doing here is that I'm going to go through the process, and I'm ultimately going to take these, and then we're going to make profile picture images out of them for offer for sale. And the thing is that at first we were talking about like where we were going to have them as like one profile picture per basically thing, and we were thinking like, oh, we'll charge 50 cents or whatever. It's just nominal notion because I mean it's a fair amount of effort, and it's like, well, but where we are at with them, it's like 50 cents. Well, the problem is that Discord for their shop, they have a minimum settle price by what I saw of like $2.40 or whatever. Which that in turn, if we're originally going for our 50 cents, well now I have to figure out some way. Oh, that one turned ugly. Oh well. I don't like that one. That one's still looking good. Ooh. Alright, cool. That mouth, whatever's going on there, I'm not sure, but that's okay. It's okay because again, these are free images, so they themselves. I'm just taking advantage. See, and that one still comes out cool. So, actually about the same. Same with this one too. That kind of throws a wrench in my theory. Anyway, so what I was saying is, so we end up in this space where yeah, where it's like minimum price for entry or to put something up there like $2.50 or something like that, ish, give or take. Which from our original margins, see that so that's 4 or 5, like 5 or 6, something like that in per pack. And it's like, or per what that would be. Well, it's now I have to come up with themes for what those 5 or 6 would look like. And it's like, oh man, okay. Well, I guess I got to do that now. And then I end up going to bed. But the gist of what I'm thinking of doing is, and I got some mechanisms that should be able to mass produce them enough to where we can give anyone that would be interested in them the quality that they deserve, as it were, for that price point. And again, I mean, personally, I personally would make my own profile pictures, right? But that's just a me thing, right? So I ain't gonna judge someone who's like, on one hand, who's like, oh well, hey, here's a cool profile picture. I'm gonna support the server, do that sort of thing. I'm not gonna get, I mean, I'm gonna put this stuff out there, and if people want it, they do. If they don't, well, hey, at least we tried for that portion. And then we'll try other things too. But the goal here right now is basically, as I said before, we've got about 100 or so like base images that we're using, and this is going to add another bit more, where I'm going to take these and then in turn put them through another layer. But we gotta wait for these ones to finish before I start doing that, because the problem is that I only have the one server that I can use. I'm using a local server. Why am I using a local server when there are all those online offerings? GP, general principles. I want to be able to say, yeah, okay, fine. It's their software, their neural nets that kind of like built up the baseline resources, but it's my hardware that did the thing. So if there's like an argument over, shall we say, ownership, it's like, well, it's my hardware that did the thing, that did the actual processing. And those arguments, that gives me a little bit more ground. And I don't think it's going to come down to that in any sense, but it's one of those ones of like, just in case, And there's also a sense of ownership to it too. Even if things aren't perfect or they take longer than they could otherwise, or, than using the cloud stuff. But if I use the cloud stuff and I use other people's software to produce the thing, well, you see my conundrum. So, whereas if it's mine, and it's mine. So now one might argue that I use the base images that were produced by DALL-E, which in turn runs into that conundrum. But I would argue that because of the level of processing that we're doing, we get to the point of where you could argue and say, well, derivative works in any case, so go away. So there's a little CYA kind of like logical loops in the play there as well, which whether or not they're sound, I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. No, that one got terrified. Terabad. Oh, that one's okay. I guess it just doesn't like that action angle. Yep. Can't win all of them. Yeah, see, that one came out pretty well. Chips. Ah, crud! I just realized I broke my shtick. Because hitherto, when I'd been doing this stuff, I'd actually been wearing my sunglasses. Because I wear my sunglasses at night and so on. I don't know. I'm gonna do it again. Don't ask. I don't even know myself, but it is what it is. Actually, the truth is that it does help a bit, in a way. Once my eyes adjust to the lower light, basically it helps reduce the amount of like the blue light problem and all that. Or is it, yeah, the blue light, red light, whatever it is, you know, the amount of light, basically, because they're polarized. So it's one of those like, it helps reduce the fatigue, which is really, really bad because there's other systems that depend upon the acknowledgement of that fatigue to not break. Well, by not having that fatigue, the systems break. So, basically, like, yeah, disappointing to me. So, ow, I scratched my tongue with that. I guess that's what I get for eating chips. Let me see. So that I need to check here. Is it profile? It's profile on it. All right. So anyway, so right now there are no resize that we have there. Trying to think there's a way I can do this. It'd be better for everybody while we're waiting for. We can go here, I guess. Just wonder if there's a button. Autoplay media files. Does autoplay media files do it? I don't think it does it. Configure? Yeah, it's that. I don't really care about that. I don't want to configure. Condense data. No condensed data. Definitely preview though. The entire point of this section is preview. Cancel. Alright. Oh, it took me off the thing I was looking at. I'm just trying to see if there's like a way to do this a certain way. Open kernel. Information, places, Folgers. Folgers, what? No, that's not right. I said I'm just wondering if there's if Dolphin here has a built-in spreadsheet, not spreadsheet, too many spreadsheets, a built-in like slideshow sort of thing. I'm not saying I think it does, and nor am I saying I think it should. I'm saying I wonder if it does. But I also wouldn't know. I mean, I could cheat and just look it up, right? But although I have to say though that honestly, like, and I've gone on this tirade before because it's really, really painful for me. I do like XFC better. Is turning out. I respect, and mind you, I respect the work that these given teams work. And just to add, as an addendum for my rants and raves earlier, I do respect it greatly. But because I'm not doing it myself, But I have to say that I do strongly prefer other options. Now you might ask, well, why aren't you using it, and so on and so on. Well, it's because I wanted to give this a fair. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's doing it from Gwen now. I know I saw some mention of it, a spreadsheet sort of thing. Let's see if I can do this the way I want to do it. Go here. There, I go here. I don't want to break that. That was the thing I was just trying to avoid breaking. Because I do actually have this. Flash. Well, I won't flash because that one's dead. But let's see. I do have this, which right now the sizing is wrong. But that's not what we're doing right now. I just want to say I do have it. But that is, again, not what we here, what's this one? Oh, it's still. There we go. Bring it up. Because the file browser part right now is boring, and you know, it's not going to show us anything interesting because I'm. So those are what we accepted so far. Although. As I said, the nature and the notion of the accepted ones aren't our final product. They're a product, but not our final product. Actually, that reminds me of something I saw that was disconcerting somewhere. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's done. Okay. Now, if I just go boop, 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 I can do it quickly as opposed to the last time where I like went through the upload or the download process and then I went, well, this is all crap. I don't want it anyway. I don't know why, I love her smile. The entire Anthro Kitsune thing isn't my thing, but I do love that smile. That smile is just it makes me happy to see it. Is all I'm saying. It's like ooh. Yeah, they did some bad things there because this originally one was actually better than that. All right, so now we got this guy here. And because now we actually do need to go back over to here. So we see the resized one, and then now, oh, this is not the right one. You go to the other terminal. Did I do this wrong? I did. Because I changed the thing. I need to like standardize these processes for myself at least. Because the problem is that I was basically doing multiple folders for stuff, and it's not really conducive to keeping this organized. All right. Now, some might argue against me saying, you know, well, we're doing this work thing on the Sunday stuff, and I can understand from even my own perspective. But I'm going to point out that I enjoy what I'm doing, so I don't think it's work. And also, well, pardon me this one, but the Sabbath was made from that. So, that is, it's good and wise to do the things that needs must when needs must. All right, let's take a look. See here. Element. Nope, not that element. This. Nope. Try to figure out where I want to put it on the screen. All right, I'll put it there. All right, so did it do the thing I think it did? The thing I think it did. Well, we already copied one over. Oh. Now I gotta do stupid stuff because I did stupid stuff. Alright, so that's 1024. There's also 1024. Okay. Oh my goodness, do they need to keep their music at that level of... Right, so I am going to move to deleting things if I don't want them anymore. Because we've moved all those other ones over, so, and we copied already a bunch of stuff over, so I'm kind of in this weird spot where I'm just gonna skim through them, and if there's anyone that really calls out to me that didn't call out earlier, then I'm gonna process it. I know I moved a bunch of them over already before I saw too many square eyes and went, this isn't okay. See, like this one came out better in this processing. This one came out better, so it gets moved over. I like his nose, but I am gonna steal him too, though. Even then, cancel. Guess I already accepted the other one. Or her. I am gonna overwrite it. That one's Guess I'm skimming. I think this one was better than the other one too. No, shoot, I don't want that. Oof. Right. So now comes the silly part. So this is batch from directory, and it's the sort of thing where it just does scales. I don't really think it does the sort of thing that I'm looking for in batches. So now we're back here. An image to image, and we have all of our settings here? Because these are the settings that we determined. Really kind of gets our, our visual. There is one more setting that I did want to steal up though, which was let's see, I believe I did save it in Kate's, well, in a browser thing. All right. Is it a browser thing? I'm awake. So now. It's been an hour. I already had it opened. Oh no. Where did I have it open at? Alright. So these are our prompts. There was one specific one I liked. For our mix of artists. And I'm not sure how well it'll handle people. It looks like I did not record it properly. Oh, I did, however, record it somewhere else, so that's cool. I think I did, or did I? Or was it over here? Now we need to grab from one of these guys. Accepted. And let me see if I can do this a lazy way. I don't think I can necessarily. Oh, nope, I can't necessarily. But it did do that, so. Crop and resize, always. I like how crop and resize handles them in any case. So let's see. 150 by 7. That seed and using style file. Generate. Oh my goodness. What? Why is it female? That doesn't make sense. Let's say make it female. Oh, I have our view G maker on there. Oops. I left that line there. I don't want that line. I think, for this particular project, we are looking for profile pictures, so we got some profile pictures, we got profile pictures. So that's kind of how that one works. Although I need to chill out the mutedness of it, I think. I'm gonna let it finish running. Oh, my bad. Should not be taking priority here. mean, the funny part is that I appreciate this stuff, but it's also like, why are they all females? Why? Give you a male seed and you're giving me all females, which is why I have to go back to putting this in there. And that's why I did it, because it was like it wants to, it demand like. I know it's the model's basically. What do you want me to say here? People are perverted, and the female form is more alluring in a manner than the male form. Except, I mean, obviously, being, yeah, I'm gonna tend to say yes, but I'm also gonna say that guy is absolutely badass. He's the guy you look at and you go, I don't want to be like him. Whatever he is, I mean, he's seen some shit. He's gotten through it clearly. Respect, you know. It's a weird, just reflecting on a huge wider swath, way out of scope of the conversation in this moment, but a huge wider swath consequence of like a whole series of social, economic, and social, not just social, but just social matters across the board that have just gotten completely weird, and it's insane. It's honestly insane. That's the one problem with these particular frames and these particular glasses. They are so much heavier than the other ones. They actually like tear in my face. But yet I'm wearing them again because the stick requires that I do so. So honestly, what's probably gonna happen with this guy or this one? I'm gonna get as far as I can in about 2 hours time or so. See how it goes, and then you'll see what we can do from there. Like I may stay up longer, I may not. It's one of those sort of things. Yes, I'm not really caring for. These are the buddy of mine sends me this meme on Facebook, which kind of already proves the sort of thing we're talking about. And it's basically this gal. I think it's probably on TikTok, which I refuse to do TikTok directly myself. But this gal who's like, no one likes the Gen X, blah blah blah. And the rebuttal is from an apparent millennial who's like, you don't do that. You understand the latchkey kids, they played out in the forest, is what they did. What you're going to want to do is get them like a Hostess cupcake or something and put it at the edge of the forest and then run and hope they don't see you. And it's like, well, what's the best, like they kind of like off the side, like, what's the best, oh, it's finished. Well, I'm going to finish my story before I go back to working on that. But what's the best, the best movies? It's like, well, it's a toss up between like Labyrinth and Spaceballs, and I'm like, so yeah, I mean, I would. There are other ones I would inject there. I might throw in. I honestly would. I'd be hard pressed to disagree with that. To be at one of those. I mean, when Spaceballs came out, it wasn't a cut of my tee, cut of my jib, because I was I was super serious. Like I was super serious about all things. I'm still probably more serious about things than I should be, but when I was younger, I mean, I was super serious. But anyway, I like these images except one problem. Why are all their eyes red? And also, two of them are the same. They're the same? Yeah, two of them are the same. What are you doing to me there, you? Well, in any case, I'm going to start a new generation. Okay, it's not bad. It's just not... well, for one thing, the presentation's not this. Like, you get the firm eyes thing going on for sure. It does get the ideas to a certain extent. And it's pulling in the the Baroque, or post-Baroque style, dark Gothic, folk horror, New Diesel. It's getting that. It's getting it. Like, it literally is getting the idea that we're going for. Although this is primarily ghosts setting, it's also you know, I've got the general idea of what the story or like what the feel is we're looking for. All right, I'm gonna do another one with the RPG Maker at this level. I might lower it down some more though, because yeah, see, there we go. See, then now it's gonna do the proper thing. Because what this does, male to female, 0.5. So it like or half basically. It basically makes it half, where it'll go from more masculine to more and more feminine. Over them. So you'll get this really cool, like the way of having like that gradation. And again, personally, I want to mix of both. I don't want like I'm you know, building images for characters, right? And so I'm going from a high swath where I don't really have like a super amount of details about who the character is, but I know their setting and I know we're going for like kind of a visual idea, a visual theme there. And so it's the same thing of like I've got and I need to redo this actually, because I did it for where I did it super generic and was just kind of messing around with it. But what I need to do is I need to go through and make a, oh, how do I want to say this? I want to go through and make a basically a pre-made character name list that's from the setting, and I can leverage something. Honestly, I can leverage LLMs, the AI stuff, very effectively for that. Very effectively for it. It's really good at, you know, because again, it's just a logical, you know, it's just a logical machine. But you have to give it the proper prompts to make it do the thing you want it to do, and that's the prompt design part. That's easy for certain tasks, like things like doing, hey, come up with names based upon these formats, right? These ideas, these concepts, these things. Come up with names. I mean, personally, I don't know about y'all out there with regards to you know, character generation for TTRPGs, but for me personally, the one that I struggle the most with, like just hands down, bar none, the thing that kicks my ass every single time, is character name. It was borrowed from, and I am actually gonna post that in the chat here, because it's still my favorite one of them. And we're not gonna rewatch it right now because I don't know if there's like any consequences on it, but I am gonna share that link because it's just I want that to get more. Basically, I want that to enter more into vogue because I like it a lot. Because it's Those Who Run, and I've referred to it quite a few times at this point in time. And it's not that, and we'll put this caveat: it's not the best written in the world, right? It's not like super perfect, but it's got that's not working out what I want it to. Okay. Not like super perfect. Okay, that's weird. That's not working right. In that case, I'm actually gonna go over here. So I say it's not like super duper perfect, right? But I absolutely adore it. The writing's not the best writing in the world. If I'm being honest with you, the writing's not the most interesting in the world. Need to push a button here and get out of this thing. Sorry, button. I don't know if I pushed the right button. Ah. These things are weird. All right, there we go. Ignore the thing that someone just spammed me with about something, unsolicited stuff. I hate when people do that on Discord or anything. Like, I have the open thing open for a reason, so I'm approachable, not by random people just to send me stupid invites just to stuff I didn't ask for. And again, I don't know what it was because I didn't really look at what it was. Why didn't I look at what it was? Because it was spam. It could have been an amazing thing since I started, but immediately sending me a unsolicited server join request on Discord is a good way for me to ignore it, and possibly, I should have probably done this, report the message as spam if I'm not busy doing something else. Don't do that. Don't do that. And I'm not going to name and shame. I'm not going to play that sort of stupid game, not yet at least. But I am going to say, don't do that. And if someone's using an automated system to do such a thing, because they caught a key phrase along whatever thing, that's even worse. robocalls and all that stuff. It's been a problem, forever. There's one thing to say, like, do an email, or a mail sort of a message system that's automated there for canvassing. But direct messaging stuff and phone call stuff, in other words, like I said, the robocall stuff, no, that's not what that particular line of communication is for. It never has been. And if you're using it like that, and you will get returns for doing so, you should feel bad for those returns. I mean, should I be desperate enough where I am right now to change my tune on this one? Yeah, I should be, honestly. I should be at the point where it's like, no, it's fair. And I kind of am for like DMs, personal DMs. Someone reaches out and like starts a conversation and tries to kind of loop in and then pull it back around to what they're trying to sell, even though it's obvious what they're doing and it's still bad form. At the very least, that's trying to make a connection with somebody, even if not the most appropriate. But just straight out sending a DM to go join a server, and that's your automated DM, whatever. Please. I don't find that sort of behavior acceptable. Especially, and again, a DM like that's just don't do that. It's like people coming to channel. 4 minutes until straight to speak about that sort of thing. It's like people come into the Twitter channel, right? Either my personal one, which I'm going to start streaming off on that one too, because I've got some people who are watching on that, or people who my personal channel or my or the Stellar Dragons channel, and going, hey, well, do you want more promotions for your channel? It's like, well, obviously yes. I mean, that's kind of what I'm here for, but that's not the way you get my attention to talk about these things. And I know it works. I respect that it works. But I'm also going to say that just because it's how that works doesn't mean that's how you should conduct yourself. Oh, well, but there's no, when you're hungry, right? Yeah, that's true. But, and there is about that statement had, one should have lines, and one should have strong stances in certain areas. To borrow from one John Wick, those rules are what keeps us above the animals. We're separate from the animals. And it's only, a little bit away from, can we not prove that point, Or can we desperately prove that point? I mean, if you want to, you can desperately prove that point. I'd rather not. I would really, really, really rather not. But, I mean, we can if you want, Okay, so let's see. So it's still processing that. I was just looking at something quickly over here that was that really caught my attention. Oh, it's complete. See, the unexpected part about this is, where are the all guys? Well, I think it does. It's not doing them like 5 separates. Let's look at that one. Those two are the same. Also, they don't look anything like our dude here. It's probably, I'm gonna remove the artists on there. And this is my concern, is the art. I think that the artists, well, why don't I make the artists like influence way lower? Unfortunately, I don't actually know. I should probably look it up. I don't actually know what these folks' art styles are. I just know that we really, really liked how they did, like the persons themselves. That I really like how we really liked how some perspective, like some of the, like one of the ones that we caught up with. Excuse me. And I'll pull it up because I can, but we really liked how this one came out. Is it gonna work? How do I do it? How do I do the thing? There we go. How this one came out, because it just looks so cool. It's just it's got the things that we're looking for. It's a little, obviously the line work's not the best in the world, but it's still really, really, really cool looking. So, and that was just like generic from our prompts, talking about how the person was. So, why does the guy have like a little evil sigil on his forehead? I mean, I know our guy's all ritualistically scarred and all, but maybe a little far. Actually, here's some other ones. I'm gonna call these reject piles, even though they're kind of cool, but they're like all washed out and all just like, they're neat, right? But they're not quite there. Plus, also again, they're like really, really washed out. But I'm gonna drop this down to 0.5 for the muted. Speaking of washed out, so I feel like they're missing some element there because like we've got the hopeful mark for mood, and that guy doesn't look like he's hopeful. It looks like he's gonna stab you with something. Although maybe he's hopeful that he's gonna stab you. Rude. Well, this is with RPG Maker still active, so that could be my problem here because that does dramatically, that Laura does dramatically change. But now because I changed some other things, I gotta just do a straight rerun off of it without even doing that. So what I want to do anyway is set a yeah. All right, I'm gonna copy this though into storage here. Man, I need to turn on word wrap or something. I don't know how to turn word wrap on. I assume it's easy. I just haven't done it. View word wrap. Hey, look, there's word wrap right there. Dynamic word wrap. Yeah, I guess. All right, so positive, enter, negative, enter. Actually, supposedly, actually I don't even need to do it that way, but I want to do it that way because having the positive and negative cut out by that myself. The prompting down here doesn't do quite as well in showing. I'm about to lie. Well, it doesn't because like the thing is that it doesn't because it's like, hey, here's the thing now. Although I did see the terminal may have a better way of handling it. It's still kind of like folds in the positive. I guess. I'm gonna try something in the next run, in the next iteration. As soon as this one's done. 6. Wait, what? Does it dynamically do it? No way. Did I do 0.6 the entire time? I'm going insane. I mean, we already knew that, but yeah, I'm going insane. It didn't do it. No. That's the cool thing about looking at like flipping through console stuff, right? You can go, well, this is where we were, the previous one. If I didn't take proper notes, which I should take proper notes. But this is 1.3. Okay. The total progress 100%. And then 0.6. 1.3. 1.3, 1.3, 1.3. 100%. All right. And then 0.6, 0.6. Okay, yeah, so that's the iterative that we're on. Ooh, neat. That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. So yeah, so it is per press of the generate button. Which again, I thought so, but I wasn't sure. Oh. My eye's not supposed to make squeaking sounds. Alright. Although this doesn't seem to be quite working in the manner that I want it to, because like It should be giving me more. Oh, maybe it's just the number of folks that are run through it. I should have a higher batches number. So let's see, 6, 12, 18. I almost said it. That's not the right word. Because I think maybe it's just not like going like fast enough effectively. I mean, I'm good that we're going with a you know, since we've got a male source, we're getting out outputs of males. But as I said earlier, I want more variety involved there. So did I already? Yeah, I did reduce that a little bit because the one that I was using, might want to take out colorful from there. In fact, I will take out colorful from there, from the negative. Because the thing is that with previous generations, and this is where that one came from, where I used colorful, or used colorful as a negative because it was like overexposing extensively. And I did not like where it was like, it was always too colorful, and it was always too, not just that it was too bright or too color or too much to it. It was just more like, oh, I mean, that's exactly what it was, like too much to it. It was like there were too many. It was like in your face the amount of colors that it was throwing. It was just like someone vomited color on the page. And now that was using the other GUI, the oh, well, not just GUI. It was the easy diffusion as opposed to the automatic 1111. And so it was lacking certain nuanced controls, and it wasn't as capable overall as you know, as a controlling mechanism. So that said, this is notably better than what that was. So I'm just saying that this, so certain ones of the prompts that I put in don't actually need anymore. While we're waiting for this, let's take a, oh, well, there's like 20 seconds left soon. And like the badly drawn neck thing, that was actually one that like it kept on like doing where they were like super pencil necks. It was just like literally like a pencil was their neck, and they had like a normal sized face. It was like, this doesn't match. This is a badly drawn neck. I cannot accept this. I will not accept this. You can't make me accept it, good sir. That sort of thing. So, that said, so it's done. It's done. Dude, you got something on your no, okay. Angry face at it. Something weird with her hairlines. And it did copy, it did duplicate, so it's the same picture. It's like 3 pictures over. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try just. Well, no, I can't. I've already made a lot of modifications, so I have to start. I have to generate a new run on it because I've made so many modifications already that I'm not really sure what's gonna change stuff. You know. So I removed colorful from it. I did a lot of things. I did way too much for one iteration. That's the problem with the amount of time per iterations. It's like, oh well, then there's this. And there's this, and there's this, and then there's this, and then it's like, dude, stop. Stop. All right, let's see. CD, actually, I'm gonna remove tech R, easy, tech diffusion, tech backup. I'm afraid I was gonna break something. Remove right director. Easy diffusion. Yes. Yes, remove. Yes. Yes. I feel like I screwed something up here. Is there an A button? Let me see. I need to do. I just need to remind myself of what it was. I knew how to do it. It's dash D. No, that's empty directives. It's tech R with a capital R. Tech R. So D dot tech R. Easy diffusion tech. Backup. Yeah, it's actually Control C. I need to figure out how to should basically overwrite tech F. Oh, sweet. There we go. Tech F. At least I didn't have to pseudo that one. Oh. Let's see. Those are coming out pretty cool. It's going to take a while for this test, though. And that's because I made so many of them. The one problem that I have is that it still doesn't seem to be doing the thing I'm expecting to do, which is turning it from male to female and short hair to long hair. Because the point about that exercise is I wanted to move, I want both. I want examples of both males and females in the groups, and that sort of thing. So. All right, let's see what else. Okay. All right, so we're gonna hide the Kate one for a moment. I want to look at this guy here, which is my Trello for organization purposes, and it is a substantial device. So the async is actually, I misspoke. There was actually batch, which I looked a little bit in, but it's going to require a massive refactor of the, of our code base. And although probably have to do it here soon. Right now that one's actually been handed off effectively to Soren. So hopefully he'll get through it here, or get through a good portion of it here. I'll work on it too as I get to. Oh, I need to get those. I kind of fell off on it. Although to be fair, it's the weekend, so I'm not going to do the routine task there. Which the routine task that I've stated is that I want to get at least 5 of the pre-process done for the posts. So I want to get these guys to where I need them to be. So see drafts, and right now you can see how we've got 3 that are currently in scheduled. That's basically 1 week's worth of our current release schedule. Now the previous site we were at a release schedule of 10 per week, and that was a pretty frenetic pace, and that was with, I have to admit, relatively lower content quality, which was a problem. And that problem that we ran into there was then we got basically blacklisted from Google services or searches, which is, again, well, the bread and the butter of sites like this, and of communities like this. It's one of those spots where prior to getting your where it's become self-sustaining, you end up in a space where you need to have, that's the wrong word. Oh no, I see what's going on here. I'm competing with myself. where you need to have plenty of traffic coming in from these sources, and you always need them to a certain extent, right? But once you get to a self-sustaining portion, you get regulars and you get that fun stuff. Then you start having a, it basically becomes an automatically thriving community, which is the goal where it'll be, where it'll reach that momentum point. But you have to have people coming in for that to be the case, and you have to have more than just like 5 people that are holding that flame. You have to have dozens of people that are holding that flame, and then you've got to basically be in a spot where you can. And it's gonna sound terrible to say this, but to where you can refresh those people, where you can have new people that are always kind of filling up and stepping up those gaps. Because if you don't, well, eventually the times will catch you. Eventually those times do catch up to you, and then you end up losing out, and you end up like losing your ground, and it's bad juju. Well, honestly, it looks like that Dragons is still kind of holding its own. Mostly because I haven't started up certain processes. Although I'm going to remove a bunch of my published from there that I should have already removed. Because they're in direct competition with what we're working on here. So we're basically in this space where we're awkwardly competing with ourselves. So I need to, and I should have done, to fix that. So these are all going to go to status, private, update. And so what I just did here is that I just changed a whole boatload of character build guide infos that are about the D&D 3.5 stuff to, or it's in the process of doing so, from the original site to poke them as being private. And the reason why I did that is simply put, is that those posts, right, as I said, are in direct conflict with the post that we're doing now. So, and they actually, oddly enough, will win, because they've got way more momentum, even if they are of a lower quality. And it's funny to me that I basically have to abandon ship from one to kind of like shuffle the attention to the other one because of the level of penalty, but there's still a whole boatload of like traffic that's getting pushed towards basically the original site. The argument becomes maybe we should, switch stuff over and let's see, because like what you can't see is that I'm kind of like looking at the stats, because like the thing is that the stats on the back end are things that are, they're stuff that I'm let's put it this way. There's a lot of information that's there that a savvy person can derive more information than they should. And I have faith that plenty of people are savvy enough. Actually, I'm in some areas I am giving out way more information than I should. And I know it. Categorically, there are certain things where it's just like I just don't care. It's what's going to happen here. That the keys to the castle get stolen from me. The keys to the castle already got stolen from me, so I already don't have a castle. All said. So, there's a jump of spike on May the 9th for the original site. And then oh, and that's because I posted the one. So yeah, so our impressions for like let's put it this way. So if I go with like the last 7 days for STG, it's at 52 total impressions, which is because it's only existed for like the last like 4 days. Same thing for StellarDragons.com. It's at 77 total impressions. I just want to point that out that my brand new site that just opened up has more or has it has less, but has for being for basically prorating for only being open for let's see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days compared to the other site being open contiguously during this time. It has about what 2/3 of the impressions that the other site has in the same period of time. It has 1/5 of the clicks, but 2/3 of the impressions. I'm just saying that between the two, like what Google's done there is just it's this atrocious activity, honestly. I could ramble on that about that again all night, but there's no point to it. The long point is that it was the right decision to move to the new website. I'm just concerned that logically speaking, we end up in a it's too little, too late sort of situation. Yeah, and I am not one to beg. It's not the way I am. But I have to say that things are tight. I may not be able to even continue getting this thing off the ground, which sucks because everyone tells me there's potential here. There's something more here. There's everyone who sees it like, oh yeah, there's good stuff here. You're working with good material. That may be the case, and I'll go with more than that. That is the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. I've got a good group here, and they deserve. And I don't like that word, generally speaking, but they deserve what we can give them. They deserve all the best that I can give them. That I can help facilitate. And I don't know. So anyway, that's not why anyone is here to hear me bemoan and complain about all that. We're waiting for this thing to finish up, and I'm clicking through stats and looking at those details. Part and parcel of the website stuff. You got to be aware of what your stats look like, what your what your details are, what all that stuff is. So, I guess we can start working on this. Well, these parts are always working in the background there. Just thinking what I want to do with it. Because I could just go, honestly, with just kind of the relatively lazier answer. And kind of start accepting like these really cool looking ones that are in the theme of what we're kind of looking for with Star Dragons and with the React stuff and all that. But I want to refine it more. And like I said before, I do understand that there's a problem with over refining. But I'll think about it. I gotta think about it a little bit more. Plus, also, these guys are not really capturing the idea of what we're looking for here. Like, they capture some of the points about them, but I don't think they're capturing the idea of them. Like, it's going with like a stern-looking man looking straight at the camera, sort of thing, as a profile picture or a profile. Because that's what this is. And it's like, yeah, but you're missing the fact. And then it's like, well, there's all this other stuff. They're missing the fact that there's, mountains in the background. So I'm gonna wait a second here. Because I got an idea of how to handle this. Excuse me. 210. Whoa, okay, create a lot more. Oh, bloody else. Does it? Should go just do this. Yeah, because we saw this guy. This guy was the same guy that was over here. It gets stuck on a track, and then it's just there. Also, it's not doing the or not the random, but it's not doing the proper, it's not doing this thing, right? Let me see. Oh. Oops. Works. Because it's more, I mean, honestly, and I tried it before where it was, where I thought I was doing it right this way, and then it didn't quite do it the way I was hoping it was going to do it, you know? Oh, it started off with a female, so that's interesting. So what I'm thinking is that honestly, we should do it by, like, where I go through it, we do it by classes, right? So I go, um, so this one doesn't have RPG Maker attached to it. With the Laura, and also it's really muted, like insanely muted. RPG Maker at 0.8. Excuse me. Of the whole process. Maybe that's the problem. So, and maybe I should have it where it's like, well, I don't want to, hmm. So that's why that would be that way. Well, I know you're going to complain about it, but the... All right. Because I'm complaining about it, because it's one of those things. I guess what I need to do here then is actually something a little bit different. So if I go parameters and I go, let's see. What I'm actually looking here is for random insert anywhere in the main prompt or X prompt to reinsert or randomly insert values from here. So it's going to be like, so randomly between long hair and short hair. Because that's the thing that I want to ask there, is for it to do randomly long hair, short hair. But I do want sequential relationship male, female, because again, I want that variety in the image generation. I want males and females in equal measure. Not because of some highfalutin ideal, it's just because, you know, it's just how that works, right? I always find it kind of funny how some people are like, oh, you have to do highfalutin ideals on everything, and everything has to have this sort of like, it's like, no, it's pretty simple. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, all of it's pretty simple. We just significantly overcomplicate everything by trying to inject stuff in there that doesn't need to be in there. No. Well, that's cool. All right. So, well, this is working. Let's go ahead and change gears. The console to the code. Make sure this is the... Not, but it is. Yeah, it's close enough. We're going nowhere. As long as it doesn't have that one bit of code that I don't want y'all to see. Because that one bit of code that I don't want y'all to see, if it gets spread, I'm gonna have to go through sort of pain to tie it all down again. So I don't like his chin. So I feel like I've seen him before. The problem. I mean, so there's the thing that does come to mind is maybe if I just put in like sequential prompts and I just go through and like using RPG Maker, and I'm already using RPG V5 there, so it should recognize these things. And I go, you know, all of the like the class race combinations that we're using. And I have to give it the class race definitions, and I don't have those just completely yet. Because there's certain stuff that's interesting about React that they've got some cross-pollination from like other sort of things because of what the actual world ends up being, and then they've got there's a whole bunch of like themed in there that what it's and I've had some discussions with Ghost about it where it's like some of it's neat. It's like they have different kind of almost evolutionary paths for certain concepts there. So it's food for thought. Some neat stuff. Sorry, stuck in solipsism. Some of the stuff which I can't actually talk about. So, which is weird for me. Like normally I'll talk about everything, but there are certain things I won't. And it seems that I've got more stuff that's kind of sequestered than I would like. but it's okay. It's just how it works sometimes, right? All right, so let's see. Again, see, I don't like how not bland they're coming up, but it's like too muted, you know? Let's take the muted colors down a bit more. I may need to change that perspective because I like the muted colors to an extent, but that's to an extent, you know? I don't want no colors, I want muted colors. And muted colors are different than no colors. Obviously. Alright, anyway. Oh my goodness. Turns out that I still am tired. First time did I sleep actually? It's like 7 hours of sleep. In the most inappropriate time, of course, but it was 7 hours of sleep. I need to like get this fully back under control again. I could. And honestly, it's funny. Like some people, you know, start, oh, you know, I can't. Whatever. It's like, no, I can. I don't wanna. I don't wanna because I don't wanna. It's like I'm not making excuses for oh yeah, it's just insomnia or oh no, I can't. Whatever. I got switch. That's only the case because you let it be the case. And that's not an easy thing to say. Like there's a lot of things where it's like, well, I lost control of myself. Yeah. Because you let yourself lose control of yourself. Well, you know, in the case of like somebody who has say seizures or whatever. Oh, it's 2 hours. Seizures or whatever. It's serious, and again, that's serious, you know, like it's I'm not playing oh yeah, just get stronger or whatever. But if I suffer, like I've got some twitches that I'm starting to develop about certain things, like seriously, like physical twitches that I've started to notice, and sort of, I got some stuff that's making me a bit nervous, to be honest. But it's the sort of thing where it's like, even then, those I'm gonna look at myself and go, I did that to myself. I made a choice that caused this thing, and I personally, now for some people, I absolutely give, you know. There are extenuating circumstances for everybody, right? But I personally, like, and again, I can only speak for myself on this matter. I am responsible for the situations I find myself in. No one else is. So I put myself in a spot where I am tempted to do something evil, we'll say. And whether or not I take that evil action or I do not, it is I that put myself in that spot. I am responsible for the situation. If I put myself in a spot where I am tempted to do good, and I do good, then I am responsible, and by the grace of the Lord above, able to take that chance. It's funny how that one works. I am no good on my own. But anyway, that's going to go down a little bit further than I meant to go in that rabbit hole. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that individual accountability and responsibility is something that's super important. I think it's beyond super important. It's like why our generalized society is going in a lot of those directions it's going. The reduction of that responsibility, the individual accountability, everything that manifests with it. And again, I suck, so I suffer my ramifications. But I suck, so I suffer the ramifications that come with my error. So it becomes my job to try and mitigate, one of my jobs, one of my many jobs, one of a person's many jobs, try and mitigate, should we say, either both the level of suckitude and isolate out the consequences thereof. So, anyway, that's probably way too farther down the philosophical rabbit hole than I should go in these sort of forums. But this is what happens when it's late at night and you got me, and I'm sitting here looking at code and looking at AI generative art and looking at a mile-long to-do list that may or may not accomplish my targets. In fact, actually won't, because my targets are already well past because of situations that were outside of my control. But I also put myself in the position that had that result. So responsibility is mine. All right, so we have here the stat block information. Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna work on the batch options. That's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. So I'm looking for a specific one here. Because I can multi-layer these tasks, right? I can do both because I am smart and I know how to multitask. Honest, I do. All right, so if my screen layout shows anything about this sort of thing, right? Let's see. Just checking something quickly here. Okay. I do need to do those. I'll work on those tomorrow, actually. Or not. Well, no, those I won't work on. Well, tomorrow isn't. I'll work on them on Monday, effectively, is what it'll come down to. Because then I will actually have the discussion of the thing I've been putting off. And a specific bit of technology. Because I'm ready for some of my next groups of stuff. Oh, okay, so yeah, that is one thing I needed to take a look at. Oh, and I needed to... too many things at once. Too many things at once. All right, D&D 3.5 over here. Is there something I've got a habit of doing that makes people smile in the group? Oh, what? This is a zombie. Wait, no, that's not zombie. That's blood. Blood. And what we need to do, honestly, is like go ham on certain creative, like, yes. Oh, no one made a comment about it yet, and the timing was bad. Coffee. Cool. No, Tokyo? Fine. 10. Maybe a little bit behind the nose, but that's okay. All right. Well, it's okay. So the long and short is that the other day I did this work on the Tokyo or on the necromancer, the Dread Necromancer class build, right? And it's now in SEO station, should be at least. It'll be over here. So the Dread Necromancer build, right? And let me see what he did with it. Dread Necromancer Blood Mage. No, not that one. Let's go with the Tokyo Ghoul one. And so because I had it's the vanilla class, and we're coming up with ideas. So it's like, okay, well, so I was like, or I was coming up with ideas, and I'm like, yeah. I saw a mention of Ghoul because it's a necromancer that summons lots of undead, sort of thing. And I'm like, you know what? I am gonna go with this idea, and so I ran straight on with it. Reference to Tokyo Ghoul because it's fun. Still don't like the guy's jaw. I feel like I've seen you right here. Yeah. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 6. So it's only got basically like 6 worth in it to produce per this seed. All right, so I made the muted colors even lower. Again, the muted colors thing is killing me. I did not change that. Did I put the upscale? Actually, I didn't put the refiner in because I wanted to use the refiner for Final Fantasy Tactics. Because I feel like that's the best way to do this. Oops. Stop. And then what else? Still a style file, obviously. Short hair, long hair, which we hadn't implemented yet. I feel like there's one more random that I wanted to put in there. Also, wait, wasn't this supposed to switch back and forth between male and female? Why is it not doing that? I mean, it might be why that guy has like a terrible chin. I should have reduced the number. No. Well, it started super feminine and then it turned it masculine somehow. Or maybe there was a different one. Very interesting. Look at the fawning, because like this is what we want. 1 point. Because it's supposed to be like that, and it's supposed to be like that. Right. So that's interesting. So it's like it's doing it, and it'll prop the feminine looking one as like the opening image, and then it immediately turns it masculine. That is weird, and I'm not sure what's going on with that. Like, why is it doing that? But doing this should, help. I guess maybe I don't know. Oops, something broke. I broke something. Let me see. Could be no, that wasn't ready yet. Let's see what happens there. That is weird. So I don't know why it's doing that, honestly. Like why it's immediately snapping from the one to the other. Oh, it's processing this. Okay. Okay. No, it's not processing apparently. I may end up doing the disable non-check, depending on the needs. I may also disable the no VA, no half VA, and then no half. Because those we're trying to apply for or work around for getting the XDXL base. And honestly, I mean, I appreciate the XDXL base, and I appreciate that it's better in some way, but there's so many more tools for 1.5, and there's so many more options for 1.5. And frankly speaking, I don't have the, for whatever reason, I don't have the power to work it. So see, it starts feminine, and then it's gonna snap the mask on. I swear. Watch. Be like, psh. I mean, it's more masculine. Look at the jaw structure in there. All right, so that is making its progress. Now back to what I was working on over here for the GPT handler. And this, I see, oh man, it broke again. A tensor with all nans were produced in VAE. Use disable. See, okay, so I am going to go back over to this guy. Show you what I'm working on. So if actually I'm gonna use the lower one here. So cd ls cd. Oh no, I want to go back. Cd stable diffusion ls. I think it was webui dash user.sh because we're shells, not ls here. My bad. Command line args. I'm going to turn off no half and no half BAE. I got a feeling that those are probably what's breaking me, because like as I said before, those are specifically for certain things. Save and modify buffer. Yes. All right. Let's go back to run it. Okay, now let's regenerate that. See if it goes. I have a feeling that I might be giving it too many commands and it's breaking it, but we'll see. Like specifically because it's at 150, but then it has easy negative, which in turn is a negative textual inversion, right? So it's a negative prompt group, and I don't exactly know what's in there, but I know that using some of that's probably a good idea, but it might very well be breaking or having negative consequences, right? She turned up. So it turned female for. Oh, it's going back and forth. Why does it keep on going back? That's interesting. Maybe I. Oh, Nan broke Nan again. Also, that's wrong. All right. Oh, see, this is telling me the no happy in the command line argument. So maybe that's probably where I pulled it from. Well, no, it wouldn't have been that one. Oh, we'll see. I'll go back and re-enable no VAE if I have to. No happy rather if I have to. Well, I feel like it broke again. I feel like there's like a specific VAE setting somewhere. Hmm. Oh, what? Oh, biscuit. I was like, well, there's an extra space here for some reason. I don't know why there is. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, that's the thing, is because I went Xformers and then no half a VAE as a single command. That's not how this works at all. Than I assumed. I think I might have to go to bed earlier than I wanted to. Let me in. Thank you. Also, I may have to reboot that system as well if it keeps on doing it, because it's one of those ones where, yeah. I don't want to disable the non-check though, because that means it'll just turn into like, you know, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna immediately regret it though. I'm gonna have to go back and fix it later on. All right. Dash disable dash and check. Enter. Control X save. Enter. I don't know what I just pushed, but all right. Yes. Go for it. Okay. Imager. There's an error. I tried using those other models, or just retrieve the black image, but use the same image with another picture. It's fine. Image. Output image. Okay. Production options. Work with this picture. Windows. Yeah, you suck. RAM, eh? Medium VRAM. What's opt split attention? I don't know. No, I mean I did the thing, so let's see if it works now. I mean it should generate it, and then it'll have like NANs that aren't handled, and then it'll just give me black images. Which is basically how that works out. So. Oh, when it tries to cut over to the... I see. So it's the refiner part that I think is was causing that problem. We'll see what the outcome comes of it, but I think it's the like switching to the refiner was causing the problem, or switching to the refiner was causing the problem. Because then it's like, all right, yeah, it works, and then it's like, oh wait, maybe this doesn't work. But see how it's working pretty well for a lot of them. Hey, this one is actually a feminine one that's gonna come out here. It's even got the hills in the background. Well, I mean, no, they're... Okay, well, so they were all pretty and looking cool, and then they didn't show up because I ignored the not a number errors. Let's do it this way. Let's regenerate and see what happens. So that's interesting. So like they showed up, and then they ended up as not a number. And I'm pretty certain that's a consequence of switching between the models, right? I'm pretty certain it's the case. Excuse me. All right. So where were we on this process? I was just checking on something. Just want to see what modifications have been made over here. Modifications have been made over here. Oh. Modifications have been made over here. Oh. You didn't look at those. These eyes aren't looking right. Like, look at that. That's what do you the last eye? What's going on here? I wonder if there's a on the sources, if there's like a good one that's like that talks to the eyes. Because yeah, the eyes thing is really gonna be and continues to be my bane overall. So let's see. Where are you? Where did I put it at? I love how my response, like when I'm like, I need to find the thing I'm looking for. I don't just open up a new thingy. No, that would make too much sense. No, actually, it would make a lot of sense because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, if I don't do that, then I'm in a space where I automatically just keep on opening more and more and more and more things, and that's not good either. It's loading. Oh, excuse me. So search for eyes. So. And then we need to go to 1.5. Because we're using SD 1.5. So, and then again, we're currently working on, and go back to my to-do list. We're currently working on two primary elements here, which is the, and I'm not getting very much down on that one yet, but actually working on image repository elements. Now this one's actually kind of probably way too much of a catch-all at this stage, but I'm specifically working on like trying to get the images that we used back here into a spot where I'm happy enough with them. And because a lot of the times what I was doing over the course of the period of time was I kind of just, I hate to say it this way, but admittedly accepted what I was given. And although there's an argument, neat. I'm just looking over eye options. There's one that's covering eyes. Spider eyes. Bambi eyes? No, we're not looking for that. No. Empty eyes? That's snake eyes? No. Open that one in a new tab. Again, I have to not show what I'm looking at here on these because there's especially right now. So some of them are like, oh yeah, there are, but it's like, how is this one, it's creepy, sure, and it's, showing a little skin, I guess, but I wouldn't call it X. It's just, and there's a lot that get misconveyed, but I assume that it's done automatically. There's a Laura. I assume that they're done automatically. This is like, well, there's a lot of flesh in that one. So, well, yeah, but okay, that one's definitely not appropriate. I don't even know why I did it. Blue eyes, white and alternative dragon. That's not okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. I should have read that one before I clicked it. See, the other thing is that sometimes I'll click them and I won't say it. Just because it's like, it's not, and then it's like, oh, it's this topic. It's like, man, I should not have clicked that. I should have realized that was what I was clicking on. That was a terrible idea. Cosmic eyes, you say? No, that's I'm impressed. All right, so this one says all-in-one skin, hands, eyes by polyhedron. Let me see. Laura. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. All right. So LS CD model. If we're are we in that? Models. CD Laura. Sorry. And then wget. O. One is download the file. Copy the name. Okay. Paste. Do I just copy the URL? Copy link address. Paste. I mean, technically, I could have it go, do the full thing with the wget and all that. All right, cool. And then I go to Laura. Refresh. Now we have this guy. Well, let's see what happens. I think it's supposed to be used specifically with polyhedron, which is a 1.5 checklist, or a 1.5, I'm sorry, checkpoint. I misspoke. But we'll see what happens. Whoa, that went weird places. I mean, we'll obviously see the results in a moment here. If I remember right, should be here. I have it in a moment. There we I may as well get it while I'm at it, you know. Not 4K again, each time. Paste space. Wrong button. Copy link address. Space. Paste. Enter. I just want to see what they're just kind of turning into. Because like the thing is that I do like the RPGV5 checkpoint on one hand. Because I mean we're talking RPG stuff. We're doing RPG stuff, right? On one hand. But on the other hand, this Laurel looks like it's built around specifically this checkpoint that I'm downloading right now. And so it's worthwhile to try and take a look-see. See if this is more what we're looking for in combination with, say, the RPG Maker, or, you know, maybe if we, you know, try this refiner option again, that sort of thing. All right, so let's see what we're looking at. I mean, the eyes, I say, I was like, the eyes look great, and then I see that, and then no, not really feeling that, not really feeling that at all. It's like the combination of things. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Why is this neighborhood is going to? Anyway, for a moment there, I thought we were doing a lot better. Just gotta reload the. Oh, it's not ready yet. Darn it! Clicked it too soon. Refresh. Uh-oh, I broke something. All right. Let's go back up to here. And we're gonna. Let's see, checkpoints. All right, let's see how this turns out. Why is her hair up there? Well, that's. Definitely not. Okay, so it feels like something's going terribly wrong here with what's going on with these. Not sure what it is though, so I'm gonna go with kill the RPG maker one and generate. Because I've had problems with the RPG maker Laura in certain circumstances. Although I left an R, so I don't know what that's gonna do. Like certain ones, the RPG maker just for some reason just doesn't understand what we're looking for. So I've had problems with that. Effectively only there out of, you know, convenience or assumptions, if I'm being honest. All right. We'll see how it turns out though, because it feels like it's still gonna turn with the refining. It's still gonna turn into a right mess. But let's go with RPG V5 refiner. Because I really, really like the RPG V5. Actually, maybe I should do it the reverse, where I use the refiner and then I use the polyhedron for that. Yeah, I still haven't even gotten started on that, on the batch option process. Well, because so no, here's the note about the comparison. So the reason why there's a push for this image stuff is because like I like putting cool images with the posts, and so I need the images effectively to, shall we say, complete out the posts, and kind of the image process. I need that to image process. I need that to kind of work cohesively, just more or less. And so, like I said before, I'm not really digging offering of DALL-E. They got, frankly speaking, in their models there, they have way too many limitations for certain things. And I know it's horrible of me to say, but if I want to show somebody who's stabbing somebody else, you know, who's got a knife in this fantasy setting, okay, specify that we're talking fiction here, right? So we're allowed to talk about things that we wouldn't normally otherwise talk about, because that's how it works, right? Because it's fiction. And so if we're talking about in a fictional environment, having somebody stab somebody else, there's blood that shows up, or in one case, teleporting through blood magic to explode the other person, and it explodes in a fountain of viscera, you know, if that's the case, if that's how that works, and it is. See, I don't like the line work this guy's coming up with. I don't know why it's coming up with the line work. I would assume that's because of one of the artista type folks. Let's see. So Yoshitaka Amano. I feel like that's getting like more weight now than it was. All right. Let me. Oh. And of course, I have no idea. So I don't know. It's terrible. That I only vaguely know. We can make this work. Let's see if I can. Oh, nope, not that way. Control F. No. This plan did not work, because that is not a. It's drawn on there. It's not a. Well, it's not that it's drawn on there. It's just it's not a. You know what I'm trying to say here. So let's see. Just highlight those. Do it visually. It's gonna take a moment, but worth it if I can figure it out. So I'm looking first thing first. Let's see. Can I hold 3 names in mind at the same time? Interesting. Interesting that they would choose that specifically too. Oh. That's cool. Not what I'm looking for, but it's just cool. It's such an interesting concept. Oh, hey. Cool. I mean, Todd McFarlane, you know. Maybe that's what I should do with this part, is that I should, like, because I got a feeling what's problem I have in here is that the RPG Maker was overriding the, you know, kind of like playing with and overriding the certain choices that we're making. And so, like, this stuff, make it like Asher. No. But this one's not overriding it effectively. But that's the feeling I got. It's interesting to me that, you know, you got these like artist style, right? And you know, it's not like I didn't ever think about this sort of thing or contemplate it, right? But you've got all these artist styles, and you're like, all these artists are trying to look for their specific voice, right? Now it's fun to me, and again, I as I'm flicking through these, because I got to get this part working for the process. I know it's not the most exhilarating thing to watch me do, but the thing is that the artist style that we're looking at here, right? There we go. Like, is that one we're looking for? I like the line work though. I think I am gonna remove that one. Probably should remove all of them and just like choose the 3 that I like the most, and then instead of going with like the random, because the random's cool and all, but I don't know. All right, so we found mono there. So we're looking for Noto and Zenin, which we probably already passed at least one of them. Noto and Zenin. There we go, Noto. Well, that's not giving us our bad line work, but it is fighting against them for sure. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through and I'm going to flip through all of them. I'm still looking for the other one because I just want to see the line work for it, because I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to figure out, is there like a button to make this go faster? It's a download button. Where's that? I'm trying to figure out like the specific kind of like line work sort of thing, inspiration that we're looking for. But what I was saying though is that you get up into space where it's like this assumption that it's being, you know, stolen from the sources, and instead it's drawing just as these artists do, right? Inspiration from others is my running theory, and I know I'm kind of digging for like a fact, or like trying to dig for it here to a certain extent, but you know, basically I've got my premise and I'm trying to prove my premise, which is not how you're supposed to do these sort of things. And most people end up doing that stuff too. It's not like oh, I'm so better than that. I'm not. Most people do it. I do it too, because I'm part of most people, right? But I really don't see what folks say when they're saying that, oh yeah, they you know, it's stealing from it. It's like, no, it's pulling inspiration. Now, some of the models I'll give you, some of the models maybe, but this is not. I haven't, like, for the 2 that we pulled the primary inspiration from, I haven't seen line work that looks like this. I don't like this line work. It's too rough for my taste, which is also why I'm trying to chase down the last one, being Igor Zenin, because I want to see, you know, maybe there's the line work that's coming from them. If I can't find it here, I'll end up just searching on the web and, you know, looking at the person, because again, we're doing the research here, right? Now, I'll admit that on the final cut of it, I'm not going to go, well, hey, I use this particular prompt and so on, because the prompt is part of the secret sauce, right? But I'm also going to say that
at that point in time, it's so many levels down of iterative work or of derivative work from many sources. That's a new synthesis. There we go. Is that the one? No, that's not the one. That's Igor Morsky. I don't know what that means about me. I saw Igor and I'm like, oh, they must be the same person. No, they're not the same person. Certain circles, Igor's not an uncommon name, right? And only I'd had the boldness to do this before when I first was opening this up. I could have gotten into some fun arguments over it and then ban people from stuff rather than just like rolling my eyes at them and arguing once, and then they give me a bad review because, oh, you're using AI stuff. Well, yes, and it's stealing. No, it's not. If it were stealing, then I would have something that was exactly the line work that I would have found on, like legit. Now again, I'm still holding my breath on my particular point as I'm skimming through them, and I should have been multitasking as I'm doing this, but I'm not. I decided to go with the lazy option and just try and find the one person I'm looking for, and then go back through and use like HP Lovecraft on there or something like that. Because HP Lovecraft, like, what do you want from me? All right, Lovecraft is. There we go. Igor's in. Not really. Not really. Like that doesn't have. I mean, a little bit, but that's a different kind of pull in there. So, all right. Well, I'm not gonna mess with that completely right now because I did make some modifications. It's specifically, I'm gonna go. Wait, for this iteration, I'm gonna start with the polyhedron, and then I'm gonna let it switch over and see if I can get it to switch over. Because if it's gonna switch over, fine. It's great. Because that's what I want. I want it to go, for the refiner to use the RPG sensors or RPG to do the refinery, or flip it around. Basically, I think it's probably the Final Fantasy, the FFT one that's causing issues there. I hope it is, because I hope that I can actually get away with doing where I move from different models to different models. But the thing is, there's a chance it's going to show as negative again, or it's going to show it's going to turn into NANs, but I don't see it reporting NANs, so. And last time it did report NNANs before it gave up and just gave me all black squares. So to be fair, which means that what I'm probably going to do is that once this finishes running and it's kind of just a tech check, I'm going to do where I do the other way around, where I start with, the RPG and then I move to the polyhedron run. Oh. What's all this? Oh, 2 hours? 3 hours? 2 hours apparently. No, 3 hours. Cool. That's great. I'll probably have to go lay back down here soon. Still have something to drink, yeah. Because I said before, I do like the, I have a feeling that the problem here is that this is referring to fantasy, which is probably invoking something I don't want to invoke. Let me see something here. Checkpoint manager. Not Laura. Oh, maybe Laura configure? Don't know what those do. Oh, activation tech RPG maker. Okay. T jobs. Activation checks. Ooh, unknown. No activation check. Okay. Or test. No activation chest. Activation check. That's kind of what I was just checking. I wonder if these things can have activation checks. I hope not. For VA blank. Okay, fine. Hyper networks. No, fair enough. Right, so we ended up back in the same sort of line work that I don't really care for from this guy, and it's not. Would I call it horrible? No, but would I call it what I'm looking for? Also, no. I don't like that line work. I prefer a little bit cleaner. Say a little bit cleaner, I mean a lot bit cleaner. Let's see. Oh, I need to refresh it. Polyhedron as the refiner. Switch at 0.8. Basically, it's 80% done, and then it applies the that refiner to like do stuff with it. Oh shoot, I have FFT jobs on there. Oh, my bad. Be prepared for weird noses. Well, now I gotta redo the entire batch. And I'm gonna let this run out of curiosity, but I feel like that Laura experiment is not working out for me. But why are the eyes weird? Yeah, so. What the deuce? Okay. Yeah, that is what the flying. Okay, I'm not sure. I know I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Let's try it this way. Let's see if this works. Starting pretty good, And not a number. See, I think that one's actually kind of even just with the pre-stage there is getting more of the point of the fellow there, because like there's a almost, at least the way I'm reading it, there's almost like an implicit defiance, and the defiance that we were seeing in that previous one, she's looking like, you know, I can tell it inside. There's like a defiance to it. So, nonetheless, I'm not a fan of the fact that it's not like doing the thing I expect it to do, which is switching back and forth between female and male. Again, the goal that I want is to switch between female and male. I want it to be, you know, I want it to be both. I want it to switch between male and male. I want female. I don't know how that works. I don't want it to all be female. I want it to be both. I don't know why it's not doing both, because it's supposed to do both, because sequential prompt says, hey, here's right here, sequential, be sequential, do sequential. Oh, this thing is so frustrating sometimes. I'm getting tired and irritable about it. Okay, so that's done. Let's see. Alright, so I'm going to actually say that this concept is okay. I still think that maybe I should, prioritize one or the other drawing style. So if I do one, bump, Yoshitaka Amano up there, just see what happens. I feel like we're getting closer. I mean, there's still errors, clearly, but I do feel like we're getting closer. Excuse me. That's what the Diffusion do. I mean, because the thing is, I do like the I do like the Diffusion model, generally speaking. So it's just not completely what we're looking for. Well, maybe we should try it the other way around. Yeah, after this go, we'll try it the other way around. All right, so let's see. Enjoy a little bit of a slideshow over. Oh, I love it. Right. Mess with stuff. I don't know. I know. What I should do. Just try to think. Think. Because I'm getting tired. But there's something I wanted to do. Go. Don't you dare do it. Don't do it. What's done? Yeah, I don't like that ear thing's going on there. Wait, this is familiar looking. We just saw these, didn't we? You know, they were a little less refined than theirs. You know that one? The ear, like, ear hair. Those would be like steel gray eyes. Oh, it's because the influence shift. Okay. That's interesting. That's 6. Alright. What happens if we turn him to 1? I'm just trying to feel this. I'm just trying to feel it through, you know? This is kind of a lot of what that is. And it's the sort of thing where it's because it's rapid iteration, feeling it through is more of an option. You know, if I were to somehow become suddenly, capable of these sort of things, right? Which that's a lot more time on this particular skill set than I've spent. Like the actual drawing on it. This iteration would take even a skilled one, even as a skilled artist, like trying to understand like and apply these skills. Like how many years would that be? Like for what I just screwed around with here. I'm just saying. It's like 2 minutes a pop for what would be years and years of effort. And I mean years behind it. Does it undermine the effort that when the folks that no, it doesn't actually. It props it up. But I'd say like same thing with historically skill set wise of anything. We just go faster and faster with it. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Alright, so I am supposed to do something and hopefully not do the thing I accidentally just did. And at least it didn't start making noise at me. Supposed to do something. I'm totally spacing what I'm trying to do in the background. Oh, that's great. Okay. So again, it's the same general twist, a little bit of an alteration, but not much. Weird that they're, again, that's like defaulting this like steel gray eyes, which again are neat and all. The eyes aren't looking terrible, so they're not looking the best, but they're not looking terrible. Do shoot a 6, if we shoot a 1. See what happens when I do that. I don't think it's going to do much, to be honest with you. I feel like it's the ink diffuser that's changing the eye colors. Let's try that one next. All right. What time are we at right now? I think I might give myself another like 7 minutes or so. As I start, I'm definitely getting there, and I still have things to do in the morning, so I don't want to miss them this time around. Ah, darn it. See, that's the part of the problem is that right now I was trying to work on a specific problem and I totally just spaced out on it. I don't know what I want to do with you. I'll put you here. Actually, that's not what's showing that. Alright, so I'm gonna put this though. Nah, you don't need to see this. It's gonna be me asking stupid questions. Let's see. Well, no, don't drop it. I'll show you. Although the one problem with me doing that is that now I don't have the visibility on it being done, which is what actually was one of the funny parts about having it, having the card run. Just trying to think of a good way to deal with this problem. What if I, instead of the way that I have done this, right, what if I take the console and put it below code? Now you can't see it because it's below the code, but then I drag it over here. Is that good enough for me to see what I need to see? I don't know. We will find out. Now, a different way for me to do this is that I go a little bit different route with it. For now, we'll call it that. Okay. What we are focusing on, trying to find out here, is trying to work on the batch options. Because again, it's a kind of an efficiency game, right? I have very limited resources at this point in time. And so the batches, I've got a good working prompt series that I know will produce with a actually very high accuracy rate. I mean, we're talking, I think it's 95 to 100%, or 95 to 99% accuracy rate. I don't do 100%, right? But like maybe at worst 90%. But I think it's 95 to nigh on, like the 99.5 or whatever high, like the super highest. Because again, I don't do 100%. 100% is not how this works. You don't see 100% for these sort of things. You just don't. So don't even. Like there's nothing that's 100% sure, other than things that are not, should we say, in the confines of this world, verifiable. But the world itself prohibits, by its very nature, absolute fidelity on information, which is fun. It makes it more entertaining that way. I'm looking at you, Quantum Foam. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, Quantum Foam. It's rude. That's all I gotta say about it. Anyway, so let's see if outer counter is less than equal to outer counter is greater than prompt buffer and less than. All right. So this is where we actually do the magic. There is aggregate card format response. Format response is from Trello update. So it's from Trello update. So we're too far down. Okay, end cap section. So this is the spot that's the actual magic. The end cap is just finishing stuff off. So start of sections levy and go and loop. So I should probably have written that as a separate one, but anyway. So for section and updated JSON. So because there's the JSONs themselves have different sections that handle each their own sort of part of the prompt as appropriate. We built a prompter layer. This is the part where I'm getting concerned about, because we got the thread ID, right? And the thing I don't want to have to do is I don't want to have this space where I run the one. I don't think it was enough information because that's it's done. Still with the deal with the steel gray. And this is with the ink definer. So all right, let's go with another one. With the Dukaichin Retro V20 safe tensors. See how it plays out. And then, so because like right now I'm going like super high, I'm actually doing like really high level test on it. I'm trying to get the one that has the right feel. still, and that's what we're iterating for, and we're iterating really, really fast, all things considered. But we're iterating specifically for a certain sense, a certain feel, for these like baseline characters, and then our basic presentations, and then we'll add modifiers to what this guy is. So, because what we're gonna do is ultimately, I said these are gonna be profile pictures for a Discord, that are gonna be part of packs, and those packs are gonna be. I'm still debating about how many I want in per. De facto, it would be 5, but I think I might do 10 just because the relative ease of production, and I want to do plenty of value added for the situation. And so like do 10 through, and then have them based on and have them built around like the various like D&D classes, that we have covered throughout our processes, or throughout our builds. So you end up in a space where you've got 5 females, 5 males of each of the classes of human, because everything else is not a person. It ends up open up the permutations for that eventually. So it's like the initial ones are like 5 male, 5 female of humans in the groups, humans of the classes, and then we go to like elves and like drow and kitsune to fit in ghosts, historical. Like when he was a kid, he's like, yeah, no, there's so like this. He's like, why are you bringing this up? Why does, because he made a character, or he one of his builds is a kitsune build. So he's like, oh, I don't. And like, for one thing, he's of course tongue in cheek, but in that one. But for another thing, it was just funny. It was like, it's like, yeah. So we're gonna have to do more characters that are kitsune just to have him have that response, because it's funny. It's just ragging his channel a bit. And a gentleman like him sometimes needs to have, in good faith, his chain rattled a little bit. There aren't very many people that are allowed to do that, and I think I'm one of them. So, and it's one of those things where it's like it's good to have good friends. I don't have too many of those at this point. It's my own fault too. I have no one to blame about that one but myself. In all truth. So the steel was not coming from I think the colors. I think as much as I like the idea of the muted colors, I think that's more what that is. Is that I like the idea of the muted colors. Let's see. So we changed just one color, or for warm colors, and up the appearance by up to 0.5 from 0.3. I don't want to see what happens if it happens there. Ooh, I'm actually liking that. I mean, at least that that level of it. All right. So our other project here. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, I think that I need to like unfortunately, I think that I need to split off the screen. Because it's the sort of thing where it's like, it's, I need to have the two separate screens. So there's that one there. This one here. Let's go to the changes. Because then I want to pull from one of these. Oh, no, I didn't break something. Oh, I changed both of them. And I gotta write something down here. Where's Kate? 50, 180, 50, 50, 180, 50, 0. And rename you. And name you, what is your name? You are stable. Diffusion. And that new one that I'm making, or that I just made and put up here somewhere, which I didn't bother naming because I was being silly. Oh, I messed something up there, but that's okay. So you need to be just ChatGPT, but more. 150, not 1500. 180, not 1800. And then 50. 100. 50, and then top left, actually. 80 will be fine. Or 50. Top left is 180. It's fine. And rename. Now. Let me do one more housekeeping technique here. Oh, we already have it. That's fine. Drag you down here, actually. Okay, and then and so good at something go back, but go back way down. So I need to call at that point. Nonetheless, we're gonna get started on this. All right, so. interesting. Oh, Latvian. I don't know. I'm just clicking on stuff now. Just totally in the. There you go. Batch API back. Batching GPT-4. Batch bulk resting for GPT AI. No code bulk AI. I don't know what that is. All right, why is there NASA stuff on GPT batch processing? Crazy. These are OpenAI API GPT batch calls in Python. All right. Oh, the problem. Batch BAT, right? And there's another pro. Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay, not relevant to what I'm looking for. When I try to include several messages in a single request, don't trust use all the messages as context rather than one 3,500 per very quickly. This is a year ago, so this is going to be pretty old. Well, ask qualified questions. For first round, I just minimum for each one. So first, all the answers in array. No. Also, it's funny how folks assign one gender or another to the AI. I mean, I read the AI's voice in a feminine voice, but I wouldn't call it female, you know, or a woman or anything like that. I read it in a feminine voice, but I don't call it female. It's a difference, you know. It's one of those things where there's just this weird compression of language that's happened in that particular topic matter. And I mean in a bad way. Like it's a dangerous way when you start seeing that sort of thing, and then you run into. I don't want to get. I'm not here to get too far into those sort of things, but you run into this sort of situation where, on a wide scale, you compress these ideas, and then you wonder why people don't have an idea of what the ideas are. It's like, well, you compress the ideas to the point where they are effectively meaningless. when they did have meaning, when they still do have meaning. But as far as the user is concerned, they no longer have meaning. And words, well, words are important. You know, how concepts are tied together, how they're knit together, and conveyed to others, and conveyed to oneself for that matter, is extremely important. And the decreasing fidelity in these matters shows in all things. Interesting times, to say the least. That's not what I'm asking about. Plus, this is kind of old. All right. I don't know what that is, but it's not what I'm looking for. So how they offer it for free? See, I'm gonna say this, that I get why they do this, because like, well, hey, if we did the work, we get paid for it. But if you didn't finish my batch, you didn't complete my work. You know, if then I don't like that. Like, I respect why they have to do that, and that's fair. But they failed to produce the full picture that they indicated they would. And yet they still, well, for any completed work, well, the work's not completed if the batch expires. Well, we gave you tokens back. It was not the full work. So GPT handler should still function as expected up until this point. So it builds the GPT handler. Then I never call it again. Interesting. Well, you only one instance. You only need one instance. Let's see. GPT handler. That's the one that has the generate prompt. What's the prompt called that? I don't remember. Is generate prompt what that's called, or is it? It's like we do generate prompt, right? Send prompt to assistance. That's where we're gonna probably strike at, because generate prompt is converting the stuff to JSON and making it the proper indent and all that stuff. There's assumptions there, but we've already gone through all this other process to try and verify that this is good. And as long as we have valid JSON, the program will run. So that's kind of the important part. And if we get bad JSONs, we get bad. It's garbage in, garbage out. So, all right. So. All right, so I need to generate a. Ooh, okay. So by the sounds of things, I need to send to this endpoint a bearer with a key, and then content type application JSON. And then a file type that I've uploaded, and the file type needs to be in a JSON.L format and with some sort of intention. So it still uses chat completions. We give an input file at the parameters and the link bottom field are the same. Endpoint. Alright, each request must be custom ID value. Here's example input file. Custom ID, request one, method, post, URL, completions, model, whatever model, in full. Messages, role system, content blah, role user, content blah, max token, whatever the max tokens are. Okay. And so it's line over line. Okay. So effectively the way that I have the JSON over here, let's go ahead and open that JSON. Let me see. It'd be easier if I do it this way then. Files. Oh, I still need to get around to doing those. I've got like a bunch of more tasks I need to work on, and those have to be off screen because again, those expose things that I am not at liberty to expose for a number of reasons. Some of them are actually pretty selfish, to be honest with you. Because the particular techniques there are actually, I don't want to use the word proprietary to me, but they are proprietary to a certain organization. And although I can, shall we say, sell access to it, I don't actually have the infrastructure to do so yet. I lost the infrastructure. Reasons, it's complicated, but so I don't have the option is what it comes down to. But what I can say is that it's pretty sweet. Once it gets running, it's pretty sweet. All right, so let me see. I need to go to which one I was looking for. Oh yeah, so I was in the right spot. It's not the Stellar Dragons folder; it's the one above it. And so there's the JSONs. Not that y'all can see exactly what these are, unless you want to squint real hard and try and see the reflection off my sunglasses. But good luck with that. Oh, it's one more further in. My bad. There are my JSONs. And we're looking specifically for my what was it? Build advanced mod references stat blocks as JSON. Wait, shoot. Now I gotta go back to the code. I shouldn't have opened that like that. All right. Well, it must be this one, right? Yeah, because this is the one that I modified recently that gave me like super awesome total right correction stuff. Here, let me show you it. All right. Take a look, see for something. So yeah, that's the gist of that. Nothing much to see there. All right, so what were we looking at before I interrupted myself with a line of thinking? Oh my, I need to go back to her, don't I? So there's a modification I need to make here on this one. Problem with trying to do task switching is that sometimes you get lost in the other task and you're like, oh no, what was I doing again? All right, so I believe it was this modification. Here's what I did. CFG scale 7, deionizing 0.5. All right. From that. And we can see out the corner of my eye from my stream. I'll put where we're at. Just to hope so. Do a little bit of tweaking there. A little bit of tweaking there. So batch file as custom ID request. So basically, it would come and replace. I need to generate it here because like we built our city. No, we built the city. No, we end up building and we create our generated prompt here, right? And then we end up saying here's our system and user prompt, and those are two separate things. So then that ends up going to send, and then send is where we go here. And then this is where we synthesize the two, and we check the two for the max character lengths. I do some messy stuff there if I can't figure it out. And then from there, we've got thread where we go through beta threads run create because we were using threads. Whereas this one's client, this would be client, so self that client that. I think that beta says blah blah blah. Because like right now the endpoint that we're running off of is the, let's see. So we got 5 of 7. So it's not like we define these here. We just got client. So self.client is client. And client is done where? I don't know. So client is the OpenAI summed up, well, client. So. And so this is where we would need to basically need to cut, because we would need to know if basically if we're batching, if we're doing batches. So comma batch equals, I guess it's a false. If batch print batch placeholder. Oops. Else. So that's the infrastructure. So it's basically the idea here is that if batch placeholder, if otherwise with threads, and the thing is the threads are where we were already doing. So I can easily just go, okay, well else is now all of that, but I'm not ready for that yet. I don't want to break it just in case I need it. Plus also I'm, as I said before, I'm kind of running that spot where I have to call it physically, because I've only been out for just a tiny bit again. Time slips. Neat. So this was converting to the, or moving towards the, or having the refiner be the RPG game checkpoint. And it gave us a little bit more creative eyes. A little odd from that one. Very odd on that one. All right. Now let's try. Let's go ahead and save this guy. Now, Barbarian. Let's see what happens. I'll change it later on, and I'll do some cross-reference. I'm just curious how it'll turn out, mixing these concepts like that. So not just visually trying to mix them, but more directly trying to mix them. Okay, so I hate it, but I gotta call it. All right, well, been a pleasure. All. Safe travels, all that such, wherever you go, etc. Cheers.